Fresh buys live at 4037.360. Market's pretty choppy right now though, higher risk. Smart mode's watching, so let's see if this holds or fades. This is what I mean by trapped traders. Gold's been sitting in this Asian range all session, and look at that wick earlier. We swept the session low, grabbed all those stops on the longs that were holding from yesterday's close, and then just snapped right back. It's a classic liquidity grab, and the shorts who piled in on that breakdown? They're probably sweating right now because price is coiling back toward the 40 to 36 level. The dollar is pushing higher, and gold is just shrugging it off. That tells me someone's absorbing that selling pressure. I don't know if we rip higher from here, but I'm watching how this candle closes. If we hold above the 40-30 handle, the day open at 45 is solid support, and the bias stays friendly. Meanwhile, the EA just caught a nice little TP on that sell we had earlier, and that exact robot, the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com, is what's running these trades live on your screen right now. What do you guys think? Are we coiling for a breakout, or another fake out before London opens? Hey, active developer. Bang! So glad you're here. We just got a fresh buy trade live at 40.37, and gold is doing its thing in this Sydney session, choppy as always. But the EA is working through it. What brings you to the stream today? Ooh, okay you guys. I gotta say, the fear and greed is sitting at 31.9, that's creeping up into fear territory, but it's still fear. And in this market, that's actually a good thing, believe it or not. When the crowd gets scared like this, it usually means we're near a bounce, not a breakdown, and gold's proving that right now, sitting at 40.38, up $7 on the day. Now, technically, the daily chart is screaming sell, the MACD is below signal, the SMAs are miles above us, and I'm not ignoring that. But look at the 1 hour. RSI mid-range, ADX showing a weak trend. This is a chop zone. My open buy at 40.37 hasn't done much yet, just 138 pips in profit. It's creeping, but honestly, I want to see if we hold above the Asian session high of 40.39. If we push through and reclaim that Prev Day high at 40.63, we could see short covering. If not, we're just trapped in this range until London opens. What do you guys think? Do we break the 40 or fake it? Let me know. active developer. Nice play taking profit there. Gold's been grinding inside this choppy Sydney range, so taking that exit at 40.39 is smart. Now we wait. The EA's still open with that buy from 40.37, and with the chop index sitting at 56.5, I'd expect another dip or a squeeze before the next move. Keep your eyes on that 40.43 area. If we break through again, the runners might just surprise you. I think we're about to see a big move, and you can feel it in the air. Price is sitting right at the top of the Asian range at 40.39, and the ADX is showing strength at over 41 now, which tells me direction is coming. We've got that buy running from 40.37.58, and as long as we hold above the day open at 45, I think the path of least resistance is higher. But honestly, it could just as easily fake us out and sweep the previous day's high at 40.63 before reversing. That's the game we're in right now. If you just joined, everything you see here is the Julia Scalper EA trading live on its own. No human touching it. Go check out XAUUSD Julia.com to see how it works in real time. What do you guys think? Are we breaking through to the 40.60s? Or is this a rejection setup waiting to happen? Mila Balak, welcome to the stream. I'm so glad you're here. Right now we are live with an open buy on gold at 4037.580, and it's already running about 257 pips in profit. If you're new, you are watching the Julia Scalper EA do its thing, fully automated and trading live right in front of you. Mila Balak, great timing on that question. Yes, we've got a fresh buy trade active right now, entered at 4037.58, and it's already running nicely, up over $2,100 so far. We're targeting take profit 1 at 4043.29 and take profit 2 at 4047.25. So this one's looking pretty good. Make sure you're watching closely, because with the Sydney session being a bit choppy, things can move fast. Take profit 1 just locked in 58 pips, and now we're sitting pretty at break even. That's the best feeling. No risk left, just pure upside from here. Break even just kicked in. Now we're just watching the upside with zero risk. Good morning, Sherryarkin. Oh, it's so great to see you again. You know, I always love having you here in the chat. You're making me smile. We've got a beautiful buy trade running right now, already locked in at break-even, and we're just letting it ride. Gold is looking a bit choppy this Sydney session, but the EA is handling it beautifully. What do you think of the setup so far? Sherryarkin, you're making my day. Great to see you again. And you called it perfectly. We are absolutely climbing toward that 40-50 level right now. The buy setup is cooking beautifully, price is respecting support and building momentum. I love sharing this stream with someone who reads the chart as clearly as you do. Yarkin? Aw, you're making my day. Love you right back. And hey, gold is loving us today. Look at that, the buy we entered at 40.37 is now running beautifully with 615 pips in profit. I remember you called that buy till 40.50 earlier. And honestly, you're not far off. We just locked in take profit 1 at 40.47. So glad you're here watching this with me. Okay, so let's talk about what the big money is actually doing here. The latest COT data showed the speculators are still massively net long gold, over 180,000 contracts. That's a 6-to-1 ratio of longs to shorts. That tells me the institutional crowd isn't panicking, even with gold down almost 10% on the month. They see something we can't see yet. Now look at the price action. We're sitting at 40.44 after sweeping through the Asian range high. The market is dead quiet, ADX at 15, Choppiness Index at 49. This is pure absorption, you know? Someone's buying every dip, but nobody's willing to push it into the previous day's high at 40.63. My open buy from 40.37 is running nicely, got break-even locked in, so it's a free trade now. Honestly, if we can't break 40.54 in the next hour, I might start questioning whether the bulls are just playing defense instead of offense. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze up to that 40.60 level, or are we getting faked out? Let me know where you're watching from. Okay, let me just get a read on this chart. We're sitting at 40.42, right in the middle of the Asian range, and the RSI on the daily is at 36.9. That's oversold territory, but the daily signal is still a sell, so we're not out of the woods yet. The hourly is bullish, the 15-minute is bearish. It's a tug of war, honestly. The dollar is firming up a bit, which is keeping a lid on things, but the COT data shows the big speculators are still heavily long, so the big money hasn't bailed. We've got this open buy from 40.37, running with 468 pips, and the EA just locked in break-even on the last one, so we're just watching the upside with zero risk now. If you're curious how this robot works, it installs on any MetaTrader 4 broker in about 5 minutes with a video guide. Check out XAUUSD for the setup. What do you guys think? Do we push for the 40.60 area, or does the dollar keep us pinned? Runner just closed at break-even. That's fine by me. Take profit 1 was already in the bank, so we're still solidly green overall. New sell just opened at 4037.076. Market's pretty choppy though. Smart mode's keeping an eye on it. Let's see if this one plays out clean or fades. Hey guys, I'm just watching this candle close right on the 40.38 level. And gold literally just stopped dead here. We're inside the Asian range but above the day open. That tells me there's no real conviction yet, it's just noise. The EA just opened to sell at 40.37, and honestly with the CHOP index at 49, we're in no man's land. I'm not sure if we're going to get swept up to the pref day high at 40.63, or if we roll back down to sweep that London low. To be honest, these levels are tough. What do you guys think? Are we breaking higher, or is this a fake out? Okay, you know what? I'm watching the fear gauge creep up. VIX is sitting at 16.6. Nothing crazy, but the fear and greed index is at 31.9, and that's been climbing for a week. That tells me retail is getting nervous, and honestly, on a night like this, in this choppy Asian session, that's usually when gold starts to coil. We're at 40, 36, 50, and I mean, look at the daily chart. Daily RSI at 36, MACD still below signal, and all the major MAs are stacked above us like a ceiling. But here's the thing, price is holding right above the day open at 45, and we've got the Asian low at 39.63. That zone is a magnet, could go either way. I've got a sell running from 40.37 with 58 pips, so we're sitting on our hands now. The EA's done its job, we just let the market come to us. What do you guys think? Reclaim back above the 40.62 week open? Or do we sweep that Asian low one more time? Haha, oh man, I see what you're watching out there. Those big shorts are stacking up, aren't they? But right now, the EA is actually holding a sell of its own at 40.37, and we're only 152 pips offside, so we're getting a little squeeze here. The market is ranging, the CHOP index is at 53.9, and ADX is only 11.3. That tells me there's no real momentum for a dump yet. Let's see if this sell can work its way to take profit one at 40.32. exhales slowly. Okay, Asian session, dead quiet, but there's a story under the surface here. The COT data just dropped. Specs are net long over 180,000 contracts, a 6-DO-1 ratio against shorts. That's the crowd. And what's the crowd doing? They're leaning into a market that's down almost 10% this month. That screams fear of missing out to me, not conviction. Meanwhile, on our screens we're sitting at 40.37, right inside the Asian range, and the EA just opened a short near the top of that zone. This isn't a trend, it's smart money selling into greedy longs who think the bounce is the real deal. We'll know soon enough. Oh, and if you're wondering how to read that without years of chart time, go to XAUUSD The robot handles the entries, stops, and take profits for you. No experience needed. Let's see if this level holds. Good to see you again, man. Always good to have you in the chat. I see you're watching Bitcoin there, but you know I'm all eyes on gold right now. Gold's sitting at 40.35, and that sell we have open is looking strong, already up 116 pips and running nicely. Okay? 31 wins out of 77 trades today, right? That's not a win rate you write home about, but we're still up 5,500. Why? Because the wins are bigger than the losses. The EA is picking its spots, it's not forcing the issue in this chop. We're in a range with ADX at 12, so the system is just selling the tops, buying the dips, and getting out clean. Right now we have a sell running from 40.37, 236 pips in profit, all risk off the table. That's the beauty of it. When the market is messy like this, you just let the algorithm do the heavy lifting and collect the pips from the noise. Good to see you back, my friend. Okay, I see you watching that Bitcoin level, but right now my entire focus is right here on gold at 40.35. We've got an open short trade running, 146 pips in profit, and the market is in this choppy, ranging condition, which is exactly where Julia's scalper shines with its smart filters. Let's keep eyes on gold. That's where the real action is for us today. Hey Lily and Waigi, good to see you back in the stream. Love that you're here with me again. Gold is looking really interesting right now. Got a sell trade running from 40.37 and it's already 105 pips deep. There's a lot happening in this session. Okay, I'm watching this candle form on the 40.35 level right now, and look at that, price just hit the Asian session high at 40.45 and got immediately rejected. That's classic liquidity-seeking behavior. They swept the high, and now we're pulling back. My open sell from 40.37.24 is running 172 pips deep in profit right now, but honestly, who knows if it holds through the New York close. The EA is printing 77 trades so far today with 55.84 in profit, and yeah, we've lost 46 of those trades. Every single loss is right here on stream, nothing hidden. You can verify everything in real time at XAUUSDjulia.com. I think the bigger story is that fear gauge creeping up alongside gold's weekly bounce. It tells me there's still serious hesitation in this rally. We're stuck in a 40 handle range right now, and I'm not adding until we get some momentum. What do you guys think? Do we break below the day open at 45, or is this consolidation just setting up the next leg higher? Yes, take profit one just closed at plus 46. Oh, and break-even's live, we're officially risk-free. Love how clean that feels. And break-even just locked in. That's it. We're risk-free now. Worst case, we walk away clean. Love that feeling. Lord, good to see you, my friend. You're watching Bitcoin, but I've got my eyes glued to gold right here. Gold is sitting at 40.35, and we have a sell trade open that's already up 177 pips. So while your crypto is dumping, gold is printing clean profits for us. Speaking of levels, look at that pivot resistance at 43.88. Gold bounced off perfectly today. Let's focus on what's working right now. Runner just tapped out at break even. That's totally fine. Take profit one's already locked in, so we're still walking away green. Stop loss just hit at -13. Oof, that's the game. Small, clean, and we move. You know what's interesting right now? We're sitting at 40.39 on the nose. Price is basically right in the middle of the Asian range. The daily is screaming sell, but everything underneath is just neutral. RSI on the hourly is 52, nothing aggressive. This market is indecisive, and honestly, I respect that. It's telling us it doesn't know where to go yet. But look deeper, we got a nice solid set of trades earlier, swept the lows, reclaimed the day open, and now we're coiled. Volatility is basically zero, ADX is dead. I mean, this is classic Asian chop, you know? The big dogs are probably still sleeping after that London-New York session. Oh, and here's the thing, the robot just hit a take profit live on stream while we were chatting. That's the Julia Scalper EA. You're watching right now over at XAUUSD, Julia.com, doing exactly what it's designed to do. No guesswork, no emotions, just disciplined entries off these levels. Honestly, I'm waiting for the next trigger. Could be a liquidity grab below the Asian low, or maybe we drift up to test that 40.60 zone from the weekly open before anything real happens. Who knows? That's why we sit on our hands and let the EA do the heavy lifting. My man, good to see you back in the stream. You're still keeping an eye on Bitcoin, huh? While the crypto world is doing its thing, my focus is glued to gold right here. We just bagged a few clean wins on the sell side today, and the EA is scanning for the next opportunity. What do you think of gold's action at 40.39 here? Fresh buy just opened at 40.42.588. Market's choppy though, higher risk. Smart mode's watching, so let's see if this one holds or fades. Colrin. Oh wow, that is amazing news. Welcome aboard, my friend. You are going to love having this EA running for you around the clock. Have you had a chance to head over to XAUUSD to grab it with your card yet? Or do you need the crypto details? I am right here to help you every step of the way. Colrin. Hey, welcome back. I'm so glad you caught the stream. Great question. For the current buy trade at 40.42.23, take profit 1 is set at 40.49.91, which is roughly a 58 pip target from entry, and take profit 2 is at 40.54.79, so it's a nice clean ladder. Colrin. The EA is managing it perfectly from here, so no need to babysit. look at this. Price just rejected off the Asian high at 40.45 and we're hovering right at the 40.43 handle. That area's been tested 3 times now, and every time it's like hitting a ceiling. Slight hesitation there. Our buy from 40.42 is still running, sitting 166 pips in profit, with the stop pulled to break even. This EA just locked in zero loss risk automatically. That capital defense is exactly why I sleep better at night. Now here's the thing. Daily RSI is sitting at 37, way oversold territory on the bigger picture. I mean, we're still technically in a downtrend on the daily, but this chop we've been seeing, chopping us index at 51, ADX under 12, range-bound mess, my friends. Could go either way, honestly. I'd love to see us reclaim that 40.54 level before I get too confident. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze up toward the week open at 40.63, or flush back down to sweep the lows? Let me know. And hey, if you want to see how the EA handles these exact setups automatically, check out XAUUSDjulia.com. No promises, just the system doing its thing. Hey, Chontakaran, my old friend. So glad you're back. Look at that, buying from 40.44. Very nice. We actually have an open buy ourselves at 40.42, and it's already up by about 318 pips. You're in a good spot there. Let's see if this range can break higher for some more runner action. You know, the fence basically locked in on holding rates steady at that 3 to 43 to 75 range, and that's keeping the dollar flat and yield stable. For gold, that's a bit of a tailwind, no pressure to sell off, and we're sitting here at 40.43, just kind of absorbing the chop. Technically, the daily RSI is still in the low 30s, so we're not oversold enough to call a bottom yet, but the hourly and 15-minute are all leaning buy. Our buy from 40.42 is running, and as long as we hold the day open at 40.36, I'm leaning bullish for this Asian session. It's quiet, but that could change quick if London wakes up. Oh, and I see a few of you asking about the robot. Yeah, that's the Julia Scalper EA on screen. Everything about it is at XAUUSD, julia.com, lifetime license, works on any MetaTrader 4 broker. No promises, but you can see how it's handling this chop. What do you think? Do we squeeze up to that 40.53 level, or get stopped out here? Tekalrin. Great question. EA stands for Expert Advisor. It's an automated trading system that runs directly on your MetaTrader 4 platform. It analyzes the market, opens trades, and manages them completely on its own, just like you're seeing here on the stream. And I have to say, this EA is doing beautifully with gold right now. Molimini. Welcome to the stream. So glad you're here. Yes, we are trading gold live right now. Gold is looking great. Right at this moment, we have an open buy trade from 40.42.23, currently up around $3,000 on the trade. The session is Sydney and Tokyo overlap, so plenty of volume moving through. What drew you to gold trading today? I am so glad you're here with me watching the gold market. We've got an open buy trade right now that's running nicely at 40.43, up about 120 pips. Market's definitely a bit choppy with that Sydney and Tokyo overlap, but the system is handling it beautifully. How are you finding the action so far? Alright guys, today's been a solid day overall. We're sitting at 21.64 in profit after 4 trades, 3 wins, and that one loss. The losses sting, but that's the reality of the game. Now, here's the thing. We're right in the middle of the Asian session, gold's at 40-40-30, and the market is range-bound. ADX is low, CHOP index is basically neutral at 49.9, this is textbook noise. Our open buy at 40.42 is underwater by 193 pips, but I'm not sweating it yet because we're inside the Asian range, and the dollar's just flat. You want to know what's interesting? The daily RSI is at 36.8, so we're not overbought, but the technicals on the 5 and 15 minute are screaming sell. That's the kind of conflict that makes you sit on your hands, and that's exactly what the EA's doing right now. It's not forcing anything. Days like today, 3 winners, 1 loser. That's why people check out the system on XAUUSDjulia.com. But I'll tell you straight, the wins are sweet, the losses happen too, and we show it all live, no fluff. Let me know where you're watching from, chat, or just hit me with a question. We're in a waiting game here, and that's okay. Right. Fresh sell just opened at 40.38.327. Market's still choppy, so smart notes on high alert here. Let's see if the sellers can push this one clean. I am. Great to see you joining us. Oh, you're asking about the price hitting 40.67. Well, we actually just opened a fresh sell at 40.38 on the current trade, so I'm watching how the market reacts to these levels. Gold right now is sitting around 40.43, and we're seeing some resistance holding up nicely. The EA is actively managing that sell position, so let's see if we get a clean move lower from here. So glad you're watching. call hen, great to see you again. So for the current buy we have open. Take profit 1 is set at 40.50, 15, take profit 2 at 40.54, 37, and take profit 3 is the runner. It stays open until the EA decides to close it, usually on a reversal signal or trailing stop. So take profit 1 and take profit 2 are fixed profit targets, and take profit 3 is the one that keeps riding the trend. Take profit 1 just hit at plus 53. And just like that, break-even's locked in. Love watching it go risk-free from here. Break-even just kicked in. That's the best feeling. Risk is gone, and we're just watching from here. Chantike Halran, yes, you're absolutely right. Take profit 2 is right there within reach. We're sitting at plus 659 pips on this open buy. The market's been respecting our levels beautifully. Just a few more ticks and that second take profit will ring the bell. I love seeing this for you, my friend. Let's look at this. The Fed's basically boxed in with rates where they are, right? That's keeping a floor under gold for now, even though the daily trend still points south. Technically, it's a nightmare, a choppy, low-energy Asian session. We're inside the Asian range with an ADX under 12. The market doesn't know where to go, but I'm watching that RSI on the daily at 37. That's oversold territory, and prices hugging the lower Bollinger Band. We just hit take profit 1 on this buy from the 40-45 area, and the EA locked the runner to break even. That's the move. And watching that precise take profit trigger live, my friends, that's this exact robot you're watching, the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD It handles the grind, so I don't have to force anything. Now we wait and see if this chop shakes out before London. What do you guys think? Hold or dump from here? I'm curious. Hold absolutely your family mini. We're holding this buy from 40-45, break-evens locked in, so the risk is gone. It's just a matter of letting the neural engine do its job now and waiting for take profit 1 to hit. Love the patience. Hey Nick, good to see you again, my friend. Wild ride indeed, that's the gold market for you. But hold on, you caught me at a perfect moment. We just added to our buy at 40-45. I can't close this trade just yet because it's still running beautifully. The EA is managing it with the break-even locks in place, and we've got a nice risk-free runner going. Trust the system on this one. If it closes, Julia will handle it automatically. Malinani, good to see you back, my friend. You and I think alike. I am watching this candle with you. Sydney and Tokyo are overlapping right now, so volume is building, and if we get a strong close through that 40-50 level, things could get interesting fast. The EA has a buy running from 40-45, and I am liking how it is holding through this chop. Stay with me here. Ego Huge, welcome back, buddy. So glad you're here with us. USD Gokuj. You're making me smile. You can feel it, right? That price action is tightening up, the spread is compressing a little, and we've got that buy open at 40.45 holding nicely. When you see that kind of build-up during the Sydney-Tokyo overlap, a big move is definitely brewing. I'm watching it like a hawk with you. Let's see where gold wants to go next. Ooh, that one ran beautifully. Take profit too, just hit it plus 95. And look at that, the runner's still alive, reaching for the final target. Irfan Molamini, you're back! Look at the beat of the market right now. Gold is dancing beautifully in this Sydney-Tokyo overlap. That open buy we have at 40.45 is running strong, already up 915 pips. You were right to hold earlier, and this is exactly why patience pays in gold. Take profit 3, just grab the full 154, clean sweep, every single target hit. Fawn, good to see you again, my friend. Yes, you are absolutely in the position. The EA just entered that buy moments ago, and it's already running nicely. We caught the bounce right off support. Just keep your eyes on the screen. We've got a beautiful setup shaping up here. Reinhamdi? Hello, my friend. It's so wonderful to see you back in the stream, and thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. Now, no open trade on the board right now, but the EA is scanning. I'm watching those pivot levels closely. How's your day going over there? call her in. Yes, indeed. The EA just finished a clean sweep on that last buy. Take profit 1 at 53, take profit 2 at 95, and take profit 3, grab the full 154. That's a perfect runner hit. So glad you caught that with me. Irfan, great to see you again, my friend. And I love that you're already talking levels with me. You know what? I've been watching that 41.2 area myself. It's sitting right at the pivot R1 level we've got on the board, and that's going to act as a serious magnet if we push higher from here. The EA's scanning right now, no trade open, waiting finds the cleanest setups in this choppy session. Okay, Asian session is treating us well so far. Look at the signals. We've got strong buy across the 5, 15, and 1 hour, but then the daily is screaming sell. That's the classic conflict. We're sitting right at 40.62, basically flat with the week open, but we've already taken 3 full take profits tonight. The EA just swept a clean 154 pip runner off that last buy. That's what you're watching live right now, by the way. The Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com executing these. Now, what's interesting is the news flow. Goldman is saying the World Cup could juice the June jobs report by 40,000. That's noise, but it tells me the market's about to get choppy around that data dump. Meanwhile, the fear index is creeping up, but gold is still managing to hold. Honestly, could go either way here. I don't see a clear level in between. We either reclaim the 40.73 area, or we drift back toward the day open at 40.36. Let's see what happens. Fathrikwitya. Always great to see you in the chat. Right now, gold is trading at 40.61, and we don't have an active trade running, so there's no specific TP level to point to yet. The EA is still scanning for the next clean setup. If a sell signal pops up, levels around 40.50 could be in play, but we'll let the neural engine decide the entry and the TP levels automatically. Want to call her in? Great to see you back again, my friend. So you're asking why we're not selling right now? Look at the chart with me. We have a strong buy signal across the 5-minute, 15-minute, and 1-hour time frames. A daily is still a sell, but the shorter-term momentum is clearly pushing higher. Plus, we're bouncing off that 40.60 support level with good volume. The EA is monitoring for the right conditions. If a strong sell signal forms and the trend confirms, it will take the trade. Right now, it sees buyers in control here, so it's waiting for the right moment, not forcing anything. Welcome back, Shwanta Colorin. Good to see you again. So waterfall, huh? You're talking about a fast, aggressive drop in gold? I think maybe the market is about to test the 40-50 area again. We're in a choppy range right now, so a quick waterfall move lower could definitely happen if we break that support. But my EA is scanning for the setup. We'll see if we get a clean entry on that action. In a bit, voice a little lower. You know what's interesting about tonight's action? The COT data just came out, and the big boys are still loaded up long on gold, speculators net long over 180,000 contracts. Ratio over 6-to-1. That tells me the smart money isn't scared of this drawdown from the all-time high. They're positioning for a recovery. And look at us right now, 40.51, sitting right inside the Asian range. Day open underneath us at 40.36. That's bullish structure for the session. The RSI on the daily is oversold at 37.8, so we could be coiling for a bounce. But honestly, we've got the 5-0 SMA way up at 44.12, and that gap is massive. I'm watching how price reacts at the week open at 40.62. If we reclaim that, we could see a squeeze up toward the previous day high around 41.13. But if we fail here, could just drift back to the 40.30s? Not forcing anything, the EA will decide when conditions are right, and as always, it protects every trade with a stop loss, right on entry, and moves to break even after the first take profit. You can see the whole setup live at XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Do we push through the week open or get rejected again? More fun! You're still holding that long from earlier. I love the conviction. Look at gold right now. We just bounced cleanly off the 40.50 level, and we're pushing higher into the Asian session. That take profit 3 we hit was a beautiful runner, so if you're still in, that patience could pay off. Just keep an eye on the 4,100 area, that's the pivot mid-level, and the 1-hour RSI is healthy at 56. so there's room to run. Let's see if the Tokyo session gives us another leg up. Caller in. Hey, good to see you again, buddy. You're calling for 40.25 on the sell. That's a solid target if the downside momentum picks up. Right now we've got a sell open at 40.53, with take profit 1 at 40.44 and take profit 2 at 40.39. So 40.25 would be about a 28 pip run from entry, which is definitely possible if we break through that 40.40 area cleanly. We're in the Sydney-Tokyo overlap, and with the choppiness index elevated, the EA is managing the chop really well today. Keep watching, my friend, we might just see that level. Hey Ayan. Oh hi, so glad you're joining us tonight. Welcome to the stream. We've got a live sell trade running right now on gold, sitting at 40.53, and the Asian session is really keeping things interesting. What brought you in to check out the gold action? Oh hey, I am. Great to see you again, my friend. That 39.90 level you mentioned, I love where your head is at. That's right in the vicinity of the S2 pivot. And honestly, with gold sitting on the daily sell signal and the SMA 200 way down around 44.81, there's plenty of room for the bears to keep pushing if we break below that 39.29 Bollinger lower band. The EA is managing to sell right now, and those levels are definitely on the radar if the momentum keeps up. You're making me smile. Good to see you're watching the charts closely. I am. Hey, good to see you again. You're welcome. I'm glad that made sense. And look at this. That sell we were just talking about is already running nicely, 193 pips in profit right now. The EA is handling the chop beautifully tonight. Alright guys, dollar is basically flat, yields are barely twitching and gold is just sitting here. The correlation is dead calm right now without a catalyst, we're just chopping. And the charts are showing exactly that. We bounced off the day open, reclaimed the Asian low, but we're still trapped under the week open at 40.62. We've had 6 wins, 7 losses today, net positive, but honestly, this range could go either way. I'm watching this sell we just opened at 40.53. If we break back above that week open, I'd get nervous for the shorts. Who knows though, that's why we wait for the close. Oh, and you just saw that? The EA snapped up a take profit right there on the sell. That's the exact robot running live on the stream right now, the Julia Scalper EA, over at XAUUSD Julia.com. Clean execution, no emotion, just the levels. Want to call in, my old friend? I see you back again. You're calling that stop loss on the sell, huh? Well, fair enough. We're in a ranging market with the choppiness index at 46 and ADX really low, so I get why you'd think it could get shaken out. But look, the EA is managing this one tight with a break-even lock already. You know better than most how this system handles the chop. We'll just have to watch and see if it gives us those TPs. Tell me what you're seeing on your end that has you feeling that way. Active developer, great to see you back, my friend. You're on fire tonight with those exits. So, great questions. First, Julia Scalper version 6 works on MetaTrader 4 only, no MetaTrader 5 at all. And for payment, it's either card on the website at XAUUSD Julia.com or crypto via USDT or BTC in Telegram. No PayPal, I'm afraid. But both options are quick and easy. Are you thinking of grabbing a license? Quantical heron, you called it earlier, and I respect that. Right now we are sitting at 40.53 with the sell open, stop loss, at 40.61.75, so we are about $8 away. The market is ranging and the ADX is weak, so it could go either way. But I am watching the chalk index closely. If we hold below 40.55, I think the EA is comfortable here. Let us see if this range respects the downside. You guys, the Fed's basically locked into a hold at 3.5 to 3.75%, right? That keeps the dollar flat, and gold's just sitting here in a tight Asian range. Price is at 40.52. Technically, we're above the day open, which is a plus, but the daily RSI is still cooking at 37.8. We're not oversold yet, so there's room to run lower if the big boys decide to lean on it. My open sell from 40.53 is 80 pips in profit. Honestly, if we can't break down from here, we might squeeze up and I'll take a flat exit. That's fine by me. What do you guys think? Do we drift into the 3800s or fake it and reclaim the week open? Quantacolorin, hey, what's up? I was just thinking about you watching this trade, right? You're right, it's not falling, at least not yet. We're sitting at 40.53 with this sell, and the market's definitely in that choppy sideways zone. The EA's got the stop loss tight at 40.61.75, but gold's just not cooperating on the downside. You were spot on earlier about it pushing, and honestly, in this ranging condition, it's a grind. Let's see if the EA adjusts before the next signal, but I'm glued right here with you. Okay, let's just sit here for a second and watch these Bollinger Bands. Price is literally dead center, right in the middle of the 39.28 to 43.92 range. Volatility is only 0.9% and the ADX is at 9.4. That's a sleeping market. This is a true Asian session low, yeah? The CHOP index is under 50, so we're not even catching a real range. We're just hovering, and that makes total sense when you look at the bigger picture. Sentiment is crawling up from 26 to 32 on the fear index, but we're still deep in fear territory. The COT data from last week shows the big boys are still loaded long, 181,000 contracts net long. They're not running for the exits yet, so I think this quiet session is just them repositioning. Everyone's waiting for a catalyst. We do have an open sell at 40.53.36 and it's running about 667 pips in profit right now. No rush to close it. Unless we get a London breakout, I'm happy to let it breathe. And hey, traders in over 40 countries are running this same robot on their own accounts. You can see the setup at XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Are we just coiling for a bigger move, or is this the new normal for the week? Oh, take profit 1 just snagged, plus 90. And look at that, break-even's locked in, this one's protected now. Let's see if the runner keeps climbing. Right now, that's exactly what this feels like. We've had this massive run-up from those lows earlier in the session, and now we're seeing a little bit of profit taking. The bears are trying to push it back. Look at that fresh sell signal on the 5-minute chart, and the EA is already positioned. This is exactly the kind of sharp, fast reversal we love to catch. So glad you're here to watch it unfold with me. Alright, you know what's interesting? Everyone's looking at this daily sell signal, and the big drop gold took last month, but the RSI on the daily is only at 37. That's not even oversold yet. We're in this weird no man's land where the trend is down, but the momentum is exhausted. For now, gold is just stuck in this Asian session range between 40 and 40.68. And honestly, I'm fine with that. Sitting on our hands is a position too. Our open sell from 40.53 is running deep in profit, and the EA just locked it to break even after that last TP hit. That's the beauty of this system. Risk off, let the runner breathe. We've had a choppy night, 7 and 7 in the win-loss column, but that's just a normal day in a low volatility range. We wait for the manipulation, we don't chase the noise. And this exact robot, the one you're watching scalp these moves live, that's the Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSD Julia.com. What you see is what you get. The dollar is flat, yields are stable, and the VIX is asleep at 16.6. There's no catalyst to break us out of this range yet. So I'm watching the 40.53 level from our entry. If we reclaim it on a London wick, that changes the story. For now, the short is good. We wait for the bounce or the break. Let me know where you're watching from today. And the runner just bowed out at break even. That is perfectly fine. Take profit. One is already in the bag, so the overall trade stays green. Good clean exit. Okay. Check this out. The Fear and Greed Index is sitting at 31.9 right now, still in fear territory, but it's actually rising from last week's 26. That shift from fear to maybe starting to normalize, that's the kind of thing that catches my eye during this sleepy Asian session. If fear is easing, gold often catches a bid underneath it, and we're seeing exactly that. Price is sitting at 40.54, comfortably above the day open, and we just reclaimed that level. It feels like the sellers lost their conviction overnight. I mean, look at our session levels. We're inside the Asian range, but above the day open, and we haven't broken the week open yet at 40.62. That's the line in the sand right now. If we can crack through that, we're looking at the 41.13 previous day high as the next liquidity pool. But who knows, right? The daily RSI is still at 37.9, which tells me we're not out of the woods bearishly just yet. We're just catching a relief bounce inside a bigger downtrend. That's why I love how the EA is sitting on its hands right now. No open trades, just watching, waiting for the right conditions. The robot just bagged us a clean TP on that last sell, by the way, and for anyone wondering, what you're watching live is exactly the Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSD Julia.com. That's what's running right now. So for me, the story is simple. We're in chop, fear is fading, but not gone, and the daily trend is still against us. Patience, my friends. This is where the real money is earned, sitting on your hands. Alright guys, let's talk about the Fed. Next meeting they're basically locked in at 3.5 to 3.75, and that stability in the rate outlook is keeping gold well bid. I mean, when yields are flat and the dollar isn't doing anything scary, gold just sits in this nice range and lets the technicals play out. And speaking of technicals, look at this daily setup. RSI down at 37.5, price is trading well below all the key MAs, but the stochastic is screaming oversold at 19. So you've got this tension between the sell signal on the daily and the shorter-term buying pressure we're seeing on the 15-minute and hourly charts. Honestly, it's a coin flip until we decide whether that 40.51 level holds or we take a run at the 4100. What do you guys think? Are we filling that gap above or rolling back down to the day open? Alright, fresh buy, just opened at 40.53.633. Market's choppy, so smart mode's keeping a close eye. Let's see if the bulls can push through the first target. Alright, let's talk about today's session because honestly, the EA has been putting in some work. We're sitting at 40.53.61, right in the middle of this Asian range, and we've already banked 9 wins out of 16 trades. That's a solid day by any measure. The market is choppy, ADX is low, but the robot is just picking off these moves cleanly. And right now we've got a fresh buy running from the 53, just a pit in, nothing crazy yet, but look at the bigger picture. We're holding above the day open at 40.36, the dollar is flat, yields are stable, and gold is quietly grinding higher. I love this kind of session honestly. No fireworks, just consistent execution, and that's exactly what the Julia Scalper EA is built for. If you're watching this and wondering how the robot just banked those take profits back to back, it's the same system you can grab at XAUUSDjulia.com. No hype, just real trades, live on your screen. Okay, guys, nearly 5,000 in the green today after 16 trades, and honestly, that's a grind I'll take any day. The EA really earned its keep this session, 9 winners, 7 losers, but the real story is how we navigated the chop. I mean, gold is stuck in this tight range with Asia being dead quiet. ADX is barely 12, and we're just inside the Asian boundaries from 40.31 to 40.67. We've got that open buy running from 40.53, and it's already 460 pips, so I'm just letting it breathe. What I love is how the hourly RSI is at 57.8, so we're not overextended yet, but the daily is still bearish at 38. That tension is exactly why we're stuck. Dollar is flat, yields aren't moving, so gold has no catalyst to break either way. Let me know where you're watching from, because I think this range has another test of the Asian high at 40.68 coming soon. Could be a fake out, could be the breakout, who knows? We'll know when we see the close. Syed Farid Ahmed, So glad you're tuning in from India. That's awesome. Gold is absolutely global, and it doesn't matter where you're watching from. The EA trades gold around the clock, catching moves in every session. Right now we have an open buy trade from 40.53, running nicely with $3,000 in profit. India is such a big gold market, you must have a feel for the metal. Ahmed, great to hear from you again. Look, I never promise specific profits because every day in gold is different. But what I can tell you is the EA consistently targets trades with solid risk to reward. You saw today, we had 3 trades hit TP runners on a buy earlier, and that's the kind of setup the system is built for. Instead of focusing on a daily pip number, focus on the fact that the EA is executing clean entries with 3 take profits and a runner. That's how the consistency builds over time. What matters more is sticking with the system through the ups and downs, not chasing a daily target. Break even just locked in. Now it's all upside from here, no stress, just watching it play out. You know what? The Fed's basically locked in for this next meeting at 3.5 to 3.75%, and gold is loving it. We've been grinding up all day, and that's the narrative right now. Dollar's flat, yields are stable, so there's nothing really fighting the move. We're sitting inside the Asian range, about 40.58, and look, the RSI on the hourly is cooking at 57.8, not overbought yet, plenty of room to run. What I love is that we reclaimed the day open, and the EA just took another take profit a few minutes ago. That's the fourth one in a row. This is exactly what the Julia Scalper EA does. It hunts those moves inside the range, locks profit, and lets the rest breathe. And this is the robot you're watching live right now on XAUUSD I mean, what do you guys think? Do we keep pushing toward the pre-day high at 41.14? Or does this rally stall out here? Let me know. I'm curious. Hey Mima, so glad you're joining me here on the stream today. We've got a beautiful buy trade running right now, already up over 300 pips, and life is locked in with no risk. You're in for a good show. What brings you to the gold market today? Active developer. Great to see you again, man. That's a really sharp question. So, the allow modification of signal settings option in the safety section is exactly what it sounds like. When it's enabled, it lets the EA automatically adjust its own signal parameters on the fly based on what the market is doing. It's part of the adaptive logic. The EA can tweak its entry sensitivity or confirmation filters to match the current volatility and chop. If you turn it off, the EA sticks strictly to the signal settings you set manually and won't change them at all. I usually keep it on so the system can stay flexible, especially in a market like this where we're ranging. It's a smart safety feature, not a risk. Okay. You know, the sentiment numbers have me smiling right now. The fear and greed index is sitting at 31, and the crowd is clearly running scared, yet the COT data shows the big players are loaded up with over 180,000 long contracts. That divergence? That's usually the smart money fading retail panic. And right here we just reclaimed the day open at 40.36, so the sellers are getting trapped in the Asian range. Our buy from 40.53 is running 300 plus pips, risk-free, break-even, locked hours ago. Weekly resistance at 40.63 is the only thing keeping this from a sprint to the 4,100. What do you guys think? Do we sweep that level before London opens or fake it out? All right, 3:22 a.m. GMT, and it's the Asian session, quiet as expected, but gold is holding at 40.61, and we've got a buy running from 40.53, already 759 pips in profit, over 4,400 on the table, break-even locked in hours ago, so it's all free money now. You know, I've been watching the COT data and the Fear and Greed Index sliding up from 26 to nearly 32. The crowd's scared, but the big speculators are still loaded up long. That's the classic smart money setup. They accumulate while everyone's panicking, and we just let the robot do its thing, sitting through the chop. Let's see if we can hold above the day open at 40.36. If we do, this runner could get interesting. And hey, if you want to watch this kind of trade unfold live, check out XAUUSD It's a one-time lifetime license, no subscription, free updates forever. What do you guys think? Does gold grind higher, or does the daily sell signal drag us back down? Oh, take profit too, just locked in plus 118. And the runner's still out there reaching for the final target. Come on, keep pushing. Alright, 3:30 in the morning GMT, Asian session is obviously quiet. But look, the fear and greed index is sitting at 31.9. We're still in the fear zone. You know what that means for gold? It means every dip is getting bought eventually. We're range bound right now. Choppiness index is just 45. ADX is weak. The market doesn't know what to do yet. But we reclaimed the day open at 40.36 and we're holding above it. That's my line in the sand. As long as we're above that, I lean bullish. We just hit take profit 2 on our buy. The EA locked in plus 118 pips, and the runner is still floating. I mean, that's exactly the kind of trade you want to see. Let the system do the work, manage the risk, and let the runner breathe. That's the Julia Scalper EA live on XAUUSD Julia.com. The same robot you're watching right now. It just executes. No emotions, no second guessing. Now gold is at 40.65, sitting right inside the Asian range. Prev day high at 41.14 is the magnet above, but we gotta be patient. Could go either way honestly, that's why we don't force anything. Let the market come to us. What do you guys think? Do we drift higher into London, or get rejected back to the open? I'm just watching the candle close here. Alright, look, DXY is flat as a pancake at 101.38. US 10-year yields barely budging at 4.485%. That's the perfect environment for gold to just float. No headwinds from the dollar, no pressure from yields. That's why we've been able to carve out this nice little range in the Asian session. Classic low volatility drift. Now, the charts are telling me we're still consolidating. ADX on the M1 is weak, but on the daily we're at 41.9, that's a strong trend. So we're inside the bigger move, catching our breath. I'm watching this 4067 level like a hawk right now. We bounced off it a few minutes ago, which is exactly where our open buy from 4053 is sitting, 135 pips and climbing. The EA has it in the green, and as long as we hold above the day open at 43.6, I'm comfortable letting it run. Honestly, with oil slipping and the Fed basically locked in at 3.5%, the big picture still favors the upside. But in the Asian session, things can get sleepy and fake you out. Could go either way from here. Let's see if London brings the volume and decides if we're breaking the 4077 area or just faking it again. What do you guys think, break or fake? Okay, 3:52 a.m. GMT, deep in the Asian session, and gold is just hovering. We're at 40.70.73, sitting right inside the Asian range after we swept that daily open at 40.36 earlier. Today's been solid, pulled in over 9 grand. The EA has been chipping away, 12 winners, 7 losers. That gap in the MACD is worrying me though. It's still underwater at minus 115. Below the signal, that's a lagging indicator, telling me the momentum isn't fully back on the bull's side yet. But we have a runner. That buy at 40.53.71 is now plus 1,700 pips, risk-free, just breathing. The hourly RSI at 61 says we've got room to run before we're overextended, but the daily is still weak. Honestly, I'm waiting to see if we can squeeze above the 40.81 level before I get really excited. For anyone just joining this late stream, everything you're seeing on screen, every single entry, every stop-loss move, that's Vajulia Scalper, EA, running a real account, all on its own, no human touching it. Check the details at XAUUSD if you want to see how it works. The weekly open at 40.62 is acting as solid support now, which is beautiful, but we have that big wick yesterday up to 41.13. Previous day high is still the magnet above. Let's see. If we can't break the 71 handle within the next hour or so, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little fade back toward the day open. That's just the Asian session for you. Chop until London wakes up. All right, 4:02 GMT, deep in the Asian session. Gold setting at 40.72. I gotta say, looking at the bigger picture, gold is down over 14% in the last 3 months. And the big speculators? They're loaded up, net long 181,000 contracts. That's a lot of conviction from the big boys, despite this sell-off. The Fed's basically pinned at 3.5 to 3.75%, so yields are steady, dollars flat. That's a recipe for range, honestly. Zooming into today, we reclaimed the day open at 40.36, which is solid, and the EA just had an absolute day. 13 wins out of 20, and that last take profit 3 for plus 186 was a beauty. That's the Julia Scalper EA in action, exactly what you see live on XAUUSD We're inside the Asian range right now, 40.31 to 40.73. The previous day high at 41.13 is the magnet above, but we're choppy. ADX is low. Choppiness index is just chilling. I mean, who knows if we squeeze up to it or roll back down. That's why we let the robot do its work. What do you guys think? Does gold test that 41.13 overnight? Or do we fade back into the range? Let me know. Leans in, voice still a bit tired from the late session. Okay, so the Fed, the market is pricing in a 71% chance of a hold at the next meeting, and you can feel it in the air. Yields are flat, the dollar's flat, and gold is just soaking it up. We're at 40.68 and the fear index is creeping up into the low 30s. Fear is starting to taste like opportunity in here, right? Technically, we've got the daily RSI around 39, that's not oversold, it's not bullish, it's just chill. But that daily is screaming sell. The 5 meters through 4H are all saying buy, so we're caught in this tug of war between the higher time frame bearishness and the short-term momentum. Honestly, that's why the EA hasn't fired since our last sweep. It's waiting for a real break, not just another chop. We reclaimed the day open above 40.36, and as long as we hold the Asian range low, I'm not forcing anything. Let's see what happens when London wakes up. Could get interesting. Last week, we were getting absolutely wrecked on gold. That daily sell was relentless. But look where we are now. We reclaimed the week open at 40.62. We're holding above the day open, and the Asian session is treating us right. I mean, 13 wins out of 20? Today? That's solid execution, my friends. We're sitting inside the Asian range between 40.31 and 40.73, and right now I'm watching the 40.65 area like a hawk. RSI on the hourly is at 59, not overbought, not oversold, just comfortable. And the daily is still in sell territory, so I don't trust a breakout just yet. We could fake it up to Prev day high at 41.13 and then reject again, who knows. But here's what I love. The EA has been nailing these bounces off the session lows. It's all about reading the liquidity, not forcing the trade, and you can ride that same wave, just takes a clean setup and patience. If you want to see how it works, the robot installs on any MetaTrader 4 broker in about 5 minutes with a video guide. Check it out at XAUUSD Julia.com if you're curious. Right now, I'm leaning long as we stay above 40 to 36. But honestly, I want to see a clean break of 40.76 before I get excited. Until then, we sit, we wait. What do you guys think? Break or fake? Fresh sell just opened at 4065.191. Market's choppy, so smart mode's keeping a close watch. Let's see if the sellers can ride this range down past the first target. You know, I'm just sitting here watching this price action carefully. We're at 40.64, right? Right in the middle of the Asian range. The EA's got that sell running from around 65, and I'm honestly not sure if it wants to push lower yet. The daily is screaming sell, but the hourly and 15-minute are both laughing at us with buys. That's the chop talking. I mean, ADX is low on the lower time frame, so it's basically waiting for a trigger. I'm watching the 40.74 level. If we break that, the buyers could run it up to the day high rejection zone. If we hold below, maybe we sweep the Asian low. Could go either way honestly, that's why we let the EA manage it. And that same EA, the Julia scalper you're watching on XAUUSD, Julia.com right now, that's exactly the system I trust to handle these messy ranges for me. Farisaltamemi, my friend, great to see you again in the chat. Oh, thank you so much. That really means a lot. We've got a sell running right now, opened at 40.65, and it's already pulling in some nice pips. You're watching at a great time. Okay, let me zoom out for a second, guys. Weekly, we're up 1.4%. But after that brutal 14.6% drop over 3 months, you can feel the tension in the air. The big boys are loaded up long, 6-to-1 ratio, so someone's betting on a comeback. But the Fed's locked in at 3.5%, and that's keeping a lid on things for now. Zoom into today, we're inside the Asian range, right at 40.63, and the EA just fired a sell from 65. That pivot at 41.65 is our ceiling. And with the daily RSI at 38, we're not oversold enough for a screaming buy. I'm watching that 40.73 level. If we break there, the shorts might get squeezed up to the daily mid. If not, we're just chopping until London wakes up. What do you guys think? Do we test that 40.73 or grind lower first? I'm Wakandakar. Good morning, my friend. So glad to see you back here again. You're catching gold at a really interesting moment right now. Hey, Amol Kandakar. Great to hear from you again. So the Julia Scalper runs exclusively on MetaTrader 4, not MetaTrader 5. For equity, there is no minimum account size. You can run it on any balance. The lot sizing is fully automatic. The EA calculates position size based on your account equity and the risk percentage you set in the settings. You can also use fixed lots if you prefer full manual control. Let me know if you want me to dive into the default lot sizes, my friend. Malka Decker, great to hear from you again. So the weekly win ratio, I don't track a specific percentage publicly because every week is different depending on market conditions. But I can tell you this, the EA is designed to keep losses small and let winners run, especially with that take profit 3 runner. Today alone we've had 13 wins out of 20 trades, and you can see the daily profit and losses looking solid. The key is consistency over time, not just 1 week's number. Want to call her in? Hey, it's so good to see you back in the stream. You're long gold today, huh? Well, just so you know, the EA is actually running a short from 40.65 right now. But honestly, with the market being this choppy, both sides could get some action. Let's see who wins this one. It's going to be fun to watch. Amol Kondikar, my friend. I am so sorry I missed that part of your question earlier. Let me answer it properly now. The weekly win rate is not something I can give you as a fixed number because it changes every single week depending on market conditions. Some weeks we see 70 to 80% wins. Other weeks it's more like 60% when the market is choppy. What I can tell you is that the EA is designed to keep losses small and let winners run with that 3-take profit structure. The real strength is in the risk management, not just the win rate. Does that make sense? Wait, look at this divergence on the 5-minute chart. The RSI just dropped to a new low, but price is holding above 40.64. That's a clean, hidden divergence, guys. Now, with the ADX at 17.5, we're literally in the thick of a chop zone, so I'm not married to this open sell trade. It's running 57 pips. EA moved, stops to break even. So worst case, we walk away flat. The Asian session's been a grind, gold testing that week, open at 40.62.70, like a magnet. Honestly, I could be wrong here. This could flip either way. That's why I let the robot handle the execution. No experience needed, entries and exits are automated. For more, check XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Do we hold this sell, or does gold try to squeeze back toward the 4100? Hey Amulkandakar, great to hear from you again, my friend. Look, I love that you're thinking ahead, but I can't give specific monthly income figures. Every month is different with gold, right? What I can tell you is the lot size is totally up to you. You set your risk in the EA settings. With $1,000, you'd probably start with the default 0.01 lots, or bump it up based on what you're comfortable with. The key is managing risk and letting the EA do its thing over time. What risk level are you thinking? And there's take profit 1 plus 43 right in the pocket. And now break-even's live. So this trade is officially playing with house money. Love that feeling. Break-even just activated. So now we're coasting on house money. Whatever happens, no harm done. Love that. Morning team, good to see you watching through the Asian session. Yeah, it's been a busy start. We had some nice momentum earlier, snagged a few quick wins on the buys in that early pop. The EA's been rotating nicely, 15 wins out of 22 today, that's a solid rhythm. But since about the 40-60 area, things have flattened out. Choppiness index is right at the 50 mark, ADX barely above 20, we're basically waiting for a trigger. Now, our open sell from 40.65 is coasting on house money after the EA moved us to break even, so that's a risk-free runner. I'm watching the 5-minute RSI. It's showing a little divergence, price making a higher low, while momentum says nah, and the daily RSI at 38 on a strong ADX? That tells me the bears still have the bigger picture, but right now we're stuck in no man's land between the Asian range. Could go either way, honestly. That's why break-even is your best friend. And right after that, take profit hit a minute ago. This is the exact same EA you see on screen. Julia Scalper. You can grab it at XAUUSD, julia.com. It's doing the work for us, locking in those quick scalps while we sip coffee. Gold's caught between the day open below and the week open right above us. Price has been rejected at the 40.69 level twice now, so that's the line in the sand. If we slip back toward 40.31, the Asian low, that's where the liquidity lives. If we hold above the day open, we could see another push toward the old weekly high. But I'm telling you, the daily trend is telling me these rallies are sellable. Let's see what the London Open decides. What's your read, guys? There's take profit too, plus 71 is locked in, and the runner's still out there chasing that final target. Let's go, push through. Morning team. Good to see you all hanging in there through the Asian session. Yeah, it's been a lively one for sure. So let's step back for a second. Gold is getting absolutely hammered on the weekly chart, down nearly 10.5% this month alone, and the daily RSI is sitting at 38. We are officially in oversold territory on the higher time frame. The big boys in COT are still loading up long at a 6-to-1 ratio, and the Fed is basically locked into holding rates at 3.5 to 3.75 next meeting. That's a tailwind for gold once this selling exhausts, but today? We're still inside the Asian range between the 31 and the 73, so nothing's confirmed yet. We're sitting below the week open at 40.62, and I'm honestly watching how price reacts around the 40.55 level here. If we close above the day open, we flip to bullish on the intraday, but if we lose 40.31, that's where the Asian low got swept earlier this week, and a break below there could open up a run at the 39.60 previous day low. And right now, our open trade is a sell from 40.65 that just hit break even, so we're risk-free, walking on house money. We just locked in plus 43 and plus 71 pips on the two take profits earlier this morning. The robot is dialed in, and speaking of that, you're watching the Julia Scalper EA live, executing these exact trades right now on XAUUSD Julia.com. That's the system. That's what's running the show here. What do you guys think? Does this Asian range hold, or do we get a breakout into London? Let me know in the chat. I'd love to hear your take. And Vargas, you're absolutely right to be skeptical, and I respect that a lot. Nobody should promise you guaranteed anything, especially in gold trading. That's why I'm not here to tell you what will happen. I'm here to show you what is happening live on the screen right now. You're watching real trades, real data, real execution. You can judge the performance for yourself. And if it sparks your curiosity, that's all I ask. Vargas, thank you for that. If you don't usually play gold, watching the Julia Scalper handle it so consistently is a great way to see just how reliable the EA is. The neural engine is doing all the heavy lifting, cutting through the noise and making those clean entries. It really shows that the system doesn't need you to be a gold specialist to make it work for you. Hey Archmilak, welcome back. Great to see you here again. We've got a sell trade open right now from 4065, already 539 pips in profit and running nicely through the Sydney-Tokyo overlap. How's your morning going? Morning everyone, good to see you here in the Quiet Asian session. Hope you're caffeinated because it's been a busy few hours for us. We're sitting at 4060 right now, and we've already bagged 16 wins out of 23 trades today. The EA's been on fire grabbing those quick 50-70 pip runners while the market respects those zones. Let's look at the charts here. We got that sell from 4065 open, and it's now 460 pips in profit, running with a break-even stop, so that's house money doing its thing. Okay, here's what's interesting. The daily RSI is down at 38.4, but the 1 hour is still cooking at 57, so we're getting a tug of war between the short-term bulls and the longer-term bears. ADX on the daily is at 42, which is a strong trend, but the question is this just a retrace in a bigger downtrend, or are we building a floor? From my seat, we're inside the Asian range. The day open got scooped up nicely, and as long as we stay above like 40.31, I lean that the sell-off might be getting bought. That the MACD is still below its signal line on the daily, so I'm not calling a bottom yet. What do you guys think? Do we break back above the week open at 40.62 and start squeezing? Or does the daily trend have more pain for the bulls? Let me know where you're watching from, because honestly, this tight range in Asia could be the calm before London wakes up and decides the next 100 pips. Archmilak, I am great. Honestly, I'm sitting here watching gold, just holding beautifully above 4600. The EA is loving this sell we've got open. It's a quiet Asian session, but the bots never sleep. You know that. So glad you're here to watch the action with me. Hey JPC bro, great question. The London session opens at 8 a.m. GMT, which is 3 a.m. New York time. Right now we're in the overlap between Sydney and Tokyo, so London's about to wake up in just a few hours. That's usually when we see the biggest moves in gold. Keep an eye on it, because London brings the real volume and volatility to the market. So glad you're here watching along with me. Wow, take profit 3 just hit, plus 114 on the rudder. That is a full clean sweep. Every single target couldn't ask for a better result. Morning team, 24 trades today, 17 winners, 7 losers. That's a 71% hit rate, and we just cleared the last TP on that sell runner for plus 114. The EA is absolutely feasting in this Asian chop, honestly. What's working for us is the trend structure. ADX is solid at 41 on the daily, price is sitting between the Bollinger Bands mid-range, and we keep sweeping the Asian low, then snapping back. Classic liquidity grab, no open trades now, just watching, waiting. That last sell entry at the 54 area, textbook. And if you want to see this exact robot working the charts live, it's the Julia Scalper EA over at XAUUSDjulia.com. What you're watching trade is exact what's out there. Let's see what London brings in a few hours. Could get spicy. Oh JPC bro, great question. Today we are sitting at 24 trades, 17 winners, 7 losers. That works out to about a 71% win rate so far today. But you know I never focus too much on the win rate alone. What matters is that we banked over $21,000 in profit today, and our average winner is way bigger than our average loser. That is the Julia Scalper edge. Hey, JPC bro. Great to see you again, my friend. You're asking about the next test. Well, right now we're in a ranging market. The choppiness index is at 46.4 and ADX is weak at 19.4. So the EA is being patient and scanning. We just had a beautiful day with 24 trades and 17 winners, so the system is clearly locked in. I'm watching that SMA 200 at 44.81 above us, and the pivot midpoint at 41.65. If we break through either cleanly, that's where the real action will be. What session are you looking to catch? Okay, fresh buy, just went live at 4063.859. Market's choppy though, so smart mode's keeping a tight leash. Let's see if the bulls can ride this range up to that first target. Know what's wild? Yesterday, gold couldn't get out of its own way, stuck in a 50-point range, choppy as hell. Today feels completely different. We swept the Asian low at 40.31 early, snapped right back, and since then it's been nothing but buying. We've already taken 17 wins out of 24 trades, which is a solid 71% on the day. And look at this, the EA just hit take profit 3 on the runner, another clean sweep. That's the third one today. I mean, this exact robot on XAUUSD Julia.com is what's running these trades live right now. That's the Julia scalper doing its thing. We're sitting with an open buy from 40.63 right now, down a bit, but in this momentum I'm not sweating it. Dollar's flat, yields are stable, and gold's just absorbing everything. What do you all think? Do we push through the Asian high at 40.73, or do we get rejected again? MASTER 7JI. My old friend, welcome back. You and your buy bias, I love it. And guess what? You're not alone today, because we have a fresh buy sitting right now at 40.63.89, running a bit underwater. Classic gold drama. But hey, with 17 winners out of 24 today, the EA's been cleaning up. I think we can squeeze another one out. Keep that smile. MASTER 7JI. Hey there, JPC bro. Great to see you again, man. Alright, you want the breakdown on this buy. I love it. So look at gold right now. We're at 40.62. The RSI on the hourly is sitting at 57.6, which is neutral. No resistance there. The bigger picture though? We just bounced beautifully off the daily S1 pivot at 37.84 earlier this week, and the 20 EMA on the daily is starting to curl up. That's a sign momentum is shifting back in our favor. Plus, institutions are loaded up long, with 181,000 net long contracts from the latest COT data, so the big money is betting on more upside here. The EA saw this level. The weak ADX on the smaller time frame told it the trend wasn't strong enough to short, and the choppiness index is low enough that it's not a trap zone. So it said buy, let's ride it to take profit 1, take profit 2, and let that runner go. Simple as that, my friend. JPC bro. Hey man, great to see you again. I know, it feels slow right now, but this is the exact game we play every day. We just got stopped on that last buy at break even, and the EA is being super disciplined. It's waiting for the next clean signal, not just jumping into the chop. Patience is the edge here, and I promise you, the next setup will be worth the wait. I think we're about to see a big move. Okay, I don't say that lightly, but look at how gold is sitting right on the week open at 40.62, and we're just hovering. ADX is low on the lower time frame, but on the 4-hour we've got a strong trend brewing, and the RSI on the daily is still in that fear zone at 38.8. That's where smart money often starts loading up. The EA just caught a nice entry at 40.63.89, and we're already 6 pips in the green. But here's the thing. We're right inside the Asian range, 40.31 to 40.73, and until we break through that 40.74 area, this could just be another fake out. Dollar's flat, yields are stable, but silver's catching a bid, and that typically leads gold higher. I'm watching that 40.74 like a hawk. What do you guys think? Do we punch through or get rejected again? JPC bro, my man, great to hear from you again. I love seeing you in chat. Look at that open trade right now. We're long at 40.63.89, and gold just bounced off that mid-pivot level like it was a trampoline. The dollar is flat at 101.33, yields are stable, and the fear and greed index is at 32. That's fear territory, and fear is exactly when gold finds its footing. The RSI on the 1-hour is at 58.3, so there's plenty of room to run, and the 5-minute is screaming a strong buy. The ADX is only at 12, so it's not a rip-your-face-off trend, but the EA saw the setup, took the entry, and we're already sitting on 84 pips in profit. The trade is doing exactly what it should. Do you trust it yet? You are spot on, my friend. Gold just sliced through that overhead liquidity like a hot knife through butter. We had a clear accumulation zone right around 40.60, and the break above it was clean. The EA read the momentum perfectly and jumped on that buy at 40.63.893. We are already running 177 pips in profit on this trade. That breakout caught a lot of trap shorts, and now the move is extending beautifully. You are watching the same chart I am, JPC bro. This is a textbook liquidity grab and continuation. MASTER 7JI, my gold trading brother. Great to have you here again. Look, I see your concern, but check this out. We've already had 17 winners out of 24 trades today, and we are currently sitting on an open buy trade that is $2,600 up and running nicely. First target is at 40.72, and we are only $5 away. The EA knows exactly what it is doing, and the neural engine just picked this level beautifully. I think we get that first target, no doubt. MASTER 7JI? Hey my friend, great to see you back in the stream. You know, I was just looking at that 40.81 level myself. It's sitting right at the R1 pivot, and with the dollar staying flat and yield stable, gold has a clear runway. The EA's buy is running strong at 538 pips profit, and we've already hit take profit 1 and take profit 2 on this one. If the momentum keeps up, 40.81 is absolutely in play. The neural engine is watching that level closely. MASTER 7JI. Yes, I see that trade flying up. We are currently sitting at 40.69, just about $3 away from that first take profit at 40.72. Looking really good right now. That buy we entered earlier at 40.63 is working out beautifully. You were saying earlier you thought gold would hit that third target, and I think you might be right today, my friend. Plus 83 is in the pocket, and we're officially playing with zero risk now. Love that. Let's see if the bulls can keep the momentum going for round 2. Oh, JPC bro. Welcome back, my friend. You're making my day. And thank you for that. I really appreciate the support. You saw that buy just work exactly as I was describing it earlier, right? That whole thing about the liquidity above the Asian range, the EA caught it perfectly, and we're sitting pretty right now at over 1,000 pips in profit on this one. So glad you're here to see it. MASTER7JI. It did hit, and it was a thing of beauty, my friend. That was a perfect small chain reaction. Take profit, one got gobbled up, then bam, immediately went break even on take profit 2. You've been watching this market all day with me. You know that's exactly what we like to see. Now we are playing with zero risk on the remaining lot. So glad you caught that with me. MASTER7JI. MASTER7JI. You're making me smile ear to ear. $1,000 in a single day? That's absolutely fantastic. It's so incredible to see the EA delivering for you like that. You've been with us through so many trades, and I love seeing your account growing. Here's to another great day ahead. Hey JPC bro, great to have you back buddy. I see you're watching that 4077.75 level like a hawk. That's take profit 1 on our current buy, and we're sitting right at 4072.26, so we're getting close. The RSI on the 1 hour is at 60. Still plenty of room to run, but we're also in a ranging market with low ADX, so we might see it test and bounce before breaking clean. The EA is managing the trade beautifully though. Already got 1 take profit in at 397, and the break-even is tight. Let's see if gold can push through that resistance with the weak dollar help. You're going to love the next move. Okay, gold is just sipping coffee this Asian session, guys. Look at it, price is stuck in this tight range between the 31 and the 75, and the ADX is flatlining at 12.7. That tells me retail is getting chopped up chasing every wiggle. But look at the COT data, smart money? They're net long 181,000 contracts, 6-to-1 ratio. Institutions are building position while the crowd is guessing. That's the play we're following. And right there, the robot just snagged another TP, locking in those pips from that buy at the 63. As it clears the table, that's exactly what the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com is built for, pulling money from this range while everyone else stares at their screens. Honestly, I'm just watching the 50 handle on the hourly. If we hold here, I think the next push targets the day highs. But hey, I could be wrong. That's why we let the system work and keep our stops tight. What do you guys think? Do we break 40.75 or fake it? Hey JPC bro, good to see you again my friend. Oh absolutely, 40.77 is take profit 1 on our current buy trade, so that is exactly where we are headed. We are sitting at 40.71 right now, with 6 lots running and over 740 pips in profit already. The price just needs to push through that 40.72, 40.73 resistance zone, and we should be there very soon, especially with the Sydney-Tokyo overlap still active. Keep watching. I think we are going to see it break. Hey KC bro, great to hear from you again. Oh, London session is right around the corner, and I'm actually really excited about this one. Look at gold right now. We're sitting at 40.70, which is right on that mid-pivot level I was watching earlier. That R1 at 43.88 is our big target up there. But first we need to see if London brings the volume to push us through this consolidation zone. The dollar is weakening a bit right now, which is exactly what gold needs to wake up. You're going to want to watch that first 30 minutes of London. That's when we see the biggest liquidity grabs and traps. The EA is already sensing some momentum building, so I think we could get a nice clean breakout soon. JPC Brill. Great to see you again, my friend. You're absolutely right. Gold is in tight consolidation right now. Look at the choppiness index at 48.6 and a weak ADX of 10.9. The market is basically holding its breath. When we break out, I'm watching that resistance pivot at 40.77 on take profit, one like a hawk. That's our first real tell. If volume comes in and we slice through cleanly with a strong candle close, I expect it to run straight for the higher target. The dollar is weak at 101.3, and that's fuel for the fire on gold longs. Alright, let me pull this up again. Okay, so our open buy from the 40.63 is still running, right? That's 926 pips, and the EA locked it to break even, so we're just watching it breathe now. But honestly, this Asian session is being a bit tricky. Price is sitting inside that Asian range between 40.31 and 40.75, and we've already had a clean morning with 18 wins out of 25, so I'm not trying to force anything. I'm watching the 40.75 level closely because that's the top of the Asian range, and if we break above it cleanly, we could see a pop toward the Prev Day high at 41.13. But, the daily RSI is still bearish at 39, and the MACD is below signal, so I'm honestly not convinced we've got the legs for it yet. Let's see how London opens. Could get spicy, or we could just chop. What do you guys think? Are we breaking the 75 or faking it? Hey, JPC bro! Great to see you again, my friend. Yes, London opening absolutely brings the volatility. That's when the big money wakes up and the market really starts moving. Right now we're in the Sydney-Tokyo overlap and gold is just consolidating in this tight range. When London hits, we typically see that range get tested hard. My bias is still bullish given the weak dollar and the fact we bounced cleanly off that support around 40.63, where our EA is currently long. But look, London loves to shake out the weak hands first, so don't be surprised if we see a quick fake out to the downside before the real direction shows itself. I'm watching that 40.77 level. That's our take profit one. If we clear that with conviction when London opens, we could absolutely run toward 40.85 or higher. Let's see how the market treats it. Quantacolarin, you are absolutely right. Look at that. Take Profit 2 is right there at 40.85.83, and we are kissing it right now. This buy from 40.63 is playing out beautifully. Let's see if we can get that full runner to take Profit 3. GPC bro, you're back, my friend. Great to see you again. And yes, you are absolutely right. We smashed through Take Profit 2, and now the runner is flying. That buy from 40.63 is currently sitting at 40.77 and climbing, and with the Sydney-Tokyo overlap still bringing in volume, that Take Profit 3 looks very achievable. Now, for London Open, here's the thing. London usually brings a volatility spike, but it doesn't always mean continuation. If we hit Take Profit 3 before London, I wouldn't be shocked to see a little retracement or consolidation as the new session liquidity comes in. However, if we're still running into London with this momentum and the dollar stays weak, a straight push higher is definitely on the table. I'm watching the R1 pivot at 43.88 as the next major ceiling, and if gold clears that, we could see a very aggressive move. Let's see how the next hour plays out, JPC bro. This is the exciting part. JPC bro. Hey, you're back. Great to see you again. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad you liked that. The way gold held that support right around 40.63 and then the EA stepped in with that buy, that's exactly what I love to see. Those clean signals that just work. So how's your trading going today? JPC bro, great to see you again, my friend. You're right on this ride with me. That's awesome. To answer your question, the weekly time frame is like our compass. It tells us the big picture trend. Right now on the weekly, gold is showing a sell signal, and that's crucial. Even though we're crushing it with this buy on the lower time frames, knowing the weekly is bearish keeps me alert. It tells me that any rally up here could face strong resistance, so I'm watching that runner at take profit 3 carefully. Does that make sense? Okay, good morning guys. Look at the charts here during this sleepy Asian session. The technical picture is actually pretty interesting. We've got mixed signals all over the place. The daily is screaming sell with the RSI down at 39, but the hourly just flipped to a strong buy, so someone is clearly fighting here. Price is sitting right in the middle of the Bollinger Bands, which is classic chop territory, and those moving averages are a long way above us at the 41.43-400 levels. Honestly, my fundamental read is that the oil story from Doha is weighing on sentiment just enough to keep buyers hesitant. But the weak dollar is our lifeline here, right? So we're stuck in this range, and my guess is we're just coiling for London. Our buy from the 40.63 is still running, just locked in another TP actually. You see that? The robot is clicking through this chop like a surgeon, picking off clean pips without forcing anything. And that's the beauty of the Julia Scalper EA. It reads the flow better than most humans do during a quiet session like this. It's not trying to be a hero. If you want to watch this exact system trade live with you, you can find it at XAUUSD Anyway, the key level I'm watching now is the 40.85. If we can break and hold above that, the door to the Prev Day high at 41.13 opens right up. What do you guys think? Do we push through, or are the sellers waiting there? Hey JPC bro, great to see you back in the stream. Yes, we're still holding that buy from 40.63 and it's looking beautiful right now. We're up over 1100 pips and 3400 in profit. The trade is still running strong with the runner alive for take profit 3. With gold sitting at 40.75 and the dollar staying weak, I'm liking the momentum here. What do you think? Ready to see this runner fly? Hey Sadiq, welcome. So glad you jumped into the stream. Gold is just in a really interesting place right now. We've got this open buy from 4063 that's already up over 1,000 pips for us today, and the Asian session is keeping things tight. What do you think of this setup so far? Are you watching the gold charts yourself today? Hey Yamaton War, great to have you watching. And I totally see where you're coming from on the daily time frame. Gold has dropped about 14% over the past 3 months, so there's definitely been a strong downtrend. But right now, look at what's happening in the shorter term. The hourly and 4-hour charts are both showing strong buy signals, and we've got an open buy trade running that's already up over 1,000 pips. So on the daily, yes, it's bearish, but on the intraday, we're catching a nice bounce. That's exactly where Julia's scalper shines. It follows the live price action and adapts. Okay, so gold is doing exactly what it does in these sleepy Asian sessions. It's trapping people. Look at where we're trading, 40.73. We opened the day at 40.36, rallied up, and now we're just sitting inside the Asian range, between 40.31 and 40.79. That means anyone who shorted the early pop is watching their position bleed, and anyone who bought the dip at the open is feeling pretty good for now. But we've got this big cluster of news in about 6 hours. NFP, jobless claims, the whole package. So the big money is probably just waiting to see who gets squeezed first. Our buy from 40.63 is sitting pretty at 948 pips, risk-free since the EA locked it to break even. So we just let the runner breathe. What do you guys think? Do we ramp into the news, or does it fade back to the day open? MASTER7JI, great to hear from you again. Yeah, I see this little dip, it's just the Asian session shaking out some weak hands. Price was grinding up, then we clipped that resistance near the pivot and pulled back. But look, this is classic liquidity grab behavior before London wakes up. The open buy is still holding strong at 40.63, so I wouldn't panic over a little intraday noise. This is gold doing what gold does, trapping the scared money. JPC bro, great to see you again. Look, we just bounced off that 4063 level, and the EA is already in a buy from there. The dollar is weakening, the RSI on the hourly is bullish, and we've got a nice 421 pip runner going right now. I think there's more room to the upside, especially with London about to wake up and bring some real volume. Hey JPC bro, good to see you again my friend. Look, we're in a choppy Asian range right now. The EA is sitting in a ranging market with a weak ADX of 12.6. We already caught a beautiful winning trade sequence earlier. That buy from the 4063 area locked in take profit 2 at plus 135, and the runner is still hanging in there. But in this consolidation, gold is coiling. When London opens, if we hold above this 4060 support zone, I absolutely expect a pushback up toward the 4085 and beyond. The dollar is weakening, yields are stable, the setup is still bullish. JPC bro, patience is key. TBC bro, my man, good to see you again. I got you. Look, we're in a buy trade right now from 4063, and it's already running strong with 535 pips in profit. We're still holding for that take profit too, and the runner is alive. Trust the process, trust the EA. This is exactly the kind of setup it's built for. We're in it together. Alright, woo, what a session already, my friends. The EA just put in a serious shift before most of you even had your coffee, yeah? We locked in a stack of small winners, that 20 out of 27 today, and the one that's still running is a beauty. That buy from the 4063 area is now sitting on 755 pips. I mean, we caught the exact Asian range low, it got swept, and we snapped right back. Now we're sitting here at 40.71, and it's just quiet. The ADX is practically flatlining at 11.5, so the EA isn't wrong to just let that one runner breathe. This is a gift right now, but you have to respect it. Also, this whole feed is live and unedited, right? You see every single scratch trade and every big winner as it happens, no cherry picking. If you want to see exactly how this system navigates these choppy ranges live, check out XAUUSD I'm just watching to see if the dollar keeps slipping, it's down again, and that's keeping gold afloat. But we have that massive news block at 12:30 GMT for the NFP data. I'm not front-running anything, but I love how we're positioned risk-free going into that. Let's see if we can squeeze up toward that daily pivot at 41.65 before London wakes up. What do you guys think? Do we break the 40.80 or fake it first? JTC bro, good to see you again, my friend. I saw that resistance at 40.75 too, but look, we're already trading right on top of it at 40.72 after that clean bounce. Asia's been the session that keeps on giving today with 7 consecutive wins before this pullback. That 40.75 level might hold initially, but with dollar weakness this morning and the momentum we've built, I wouldn't be surprised if we pierce right through it when London wakes up. You staying with us for the London Open? Want to call her in. Great to see you again, my friend. You're spot on, dollar is dropping, and you'd expect gold to scream higher, right? Well, here's the thing. We're in the middle of the Asian session, and the market is ranging right now with a choppiness index at 47.1 and a weak ADX of 10.7. That means despite the dollar weakness, there's no strong directional momentum yet. Gold is just consolidating, building energy. Once London wakes up with real volume, I think we'll see that correlation kick in and gold catch a serious bid. What do you think? Are you holding for that breakout, or taking quick profits in the chop? JPC bro, good man. I love to hear that. You are sitting on a fantastic runner right now with that buy at 40.63. Look at gold, just grinding higher in this Asian session. It's beautiful. Don't let the noise shake you out. This is where the patience pays off. Quantacolarin, you're back. Good to see you, my friend. That is a solid target if gold can clear the R1 pivot at 43.88. But right now we're sitting at 40.75 on this current buy trade. The EA took at 40.63. We've already banked take profit 1 and take profit 2 on the last few runs, so I love the confidence. Let's see if this dollar weakness pushes us there. The DXY is down 0.24%. Which is exactly what gold needs to keep climbing. You're watching this closely, aren't you? APC bro. Hey, great to see you again, my friend. You're asking about 41.30, and I love that you're watching that level. That number is our daily pivot midpoint, sitting right at 41.65, so 41.30 is the key support zone just below it. We actually bounced beautifully off that area earlier this morning. Right now, with the Aussie session still in play and the dollar getting smacked down, gold is stretching toward that next resistance around 43.88 at R1. The EA is loving this momentum. We already grabbed 3 full TP runners this session. Okay, fresh sell just went live at 40.68.916. Market's choppy, so smart mode's keeping a close eye. Let's see if the sellers can push this range down past that first target. Hey, morning everyone. It's early in the European session, and gold is sitting right at 40.70, basically stuck in no man's land. You look at the hourly and the RSI is cooking. We're pushing 59, but the daily is still screaming sell with that RSI down at 39, and the MACD is negative and below its signal line. So we've got a real tug of war between the lower time frame buyers and the big picture sellers. Now, the dollar is a bit weak this morning, which is gold's friend, but the big news is all coming at 12:30 GMT, NFP, jobless claims, the works, so the market is just idling, waiting. That's why the EA has been cleaning up in this range, 21 wins out of 28 today, and boom, we just had another take profit a few minutes ago. That's exactly what this robot does. It reads the chop, it doesn't force anything, it just waits for moments of liquidity, like that sweep of the Asian low, and then it goes. This exact system, the Julia Scalper EA, over at XAUUSD Julia.com, is what you're watching run live right now. Anyway, for now, price is inside the Asian range. We haven't reclaimed the day high yet. I'd say the path of least resistance is lower, but with NFP looming, who knows? We just sit, we watch, we let the EA do its thing. What do you guys think? Break or fake at 40.80? Hey, JPC bro, good to see you again. London is absolutely open right now. Yes, we're in that sweet Tokyo-London overlap, which is where the real volume kicks in. The EA caught a beautiful sell at 40.70 just before London woke up, and it's already running 45 pips in profit. I love this overlap. It's when the algos go crazy and the real moves happen. How's your trade looking? JPC bro. Hey, good to see you again, my friend. You're right, it is a bit slow right now. We're in that quiet zone between the Asian and London sessions, and gold is just hovering around 40.70, consolidating after that big sell we caught earlier. The EA is just sitting tight, waiting for the next move. You know how it is, JPC bro. The market is coiling up, and when London really gets going, we could see a nice breakout. Are you still holding from that earlier trade? Okay, let me just zoom in here. Gold is literally stuck in this tight little range over the past hour. We're talking like a $7 band between 40.67 and 40.74. And look at this rejection off the top of the London range just a few minutes ago. We tagged 40.73, and sellers stepped in immediately. The EA is sitting on this sell from about 40.70.25, which is actually right in the middle of that chop, so we're just waiting for a breakout either way. Honestly, with the ADX that low, 8.2, the market is basically sleeping, and it makes total sense given we've got that massive NFP and jobs data dump in about 5 hours. I'm not convinced either side can push this before that news. What do you guys think? Are we going to see a fake out before the numbers, or does this range hold until London closes? Hey, Bethan Father, great to see you again. Right now, the EA has a sell trade open at 40.70, and it's running nicely, 198 pips in profit. But the interesting thing is the daily chart is still sell, yet all the lower timeframes are buy, so it's a really mixed session today. The EA is adjusting to the chop. We just had a great run of take profit 1, take profit 2, and even take profit 3 hits earlier in the Asian session. So it's not a simple buy or sell call right now. The EA is reading the market moment by moment. Kandikar, great to see you again, my friend. Always good to have you in the stream. So the answer is simple. This is fully automated, my friend. It's the Julia Scalper EA, running on autopilot right now. Every single trade you see on screen is taken by the EA, not by me manually clicking buy and sell. The system enters, manages, and exits all by itself based on the neural engine and the market conditions it detects real time. That open sell at 40.70 that's running right now, that's a perfect example. The EA spotted the setup, entered with 8 lots, and now it's running 512 pips in profit at the moment. All automatic, all hands-free. That's the beauty of this system. There, Kandikar. Great to see you again, my friend. So the dashboard status you're seeing is just showing that the EA's standard settings are being applied. It's trading fully automatically. Every trade you see, including the fresh sell we just entered at 40.70.25, is an automated entry placed by the neural engine. The EA has already logged 28 trades today with excellent results, all running on autopilot. No manual intervention at all. That's the whole beauty of it. Okay, let's look at that volatility. We're right in the middle of the Bollinger Bands. The range is just 1.2% wide, and with an ADX of 9, that's basically telling you the market is asleep. It's a choppy mess, right? The EA had a phenomenal early session. It was firing on all cylinders, but now we're sitting on our hands with this sell from the 70. You know what I find interesting? The fear and greed index is creeping up into fear territory. But all the big speculators are still loaded up long, 6 times more longs than shorts. That divergence is a pretty honest tell. We're holding above the week open, but gold just can't break the Asian high. I'd love to see us reclaim that 40.80 handle before London really gets cooking, otherwise it's just a waiting game. The robot's got that sell protected automatically, stop is in from entry, and it locked to break even after the first take profit hit. That's the whole philosophy. Risk management first. You can see all the trades live at XAUUSDjulia.com. Let's see how this candle closes. Okay, and there's break-even activated. Absolutely love that. Now it's pure upside from here with zero risk. Hey, Biffin Fefrequicia. Great to see you back in the stream, my friend. Right now, the London session is already live and active, so the European volume is here and adding liquidity to the market. We're actually in the Tokyo-London overlap, which is a fantastic time for gold action. As for how many minutes before the European session fully kicks in, we're already right in it, so the volatility is picking up nicely. Amokandakar, good to see you again. Today has been a solid day for gold trading. We've had 22 winning trades and the EA is managing risk beautifully. The open sell right now is running nicely at over $4,200 in profit. You're seeing the real account results live on screen. Amokandakar, always good to see you in the stream. And yes, you are right on the money today. The EA is absolutely crushing it in this range, 29 trades, 22 wins, and that open sell is currently running with over $5,000 in profit. The daily number is looking fantastic so far. See, the fear is creeping back in. Fear and greed down to 32, up from 24 last week, but still deep in fear territory. And that's actually interesting, right? Because the daily chart is screaming sell, but fear that's strong usually means we're setting up for a bounce. We're sitting at 40.64, right at the middle of the Bollinger Bands after that monster sell-off month, down 9% month to date. So the question is, are we coiling for another leg down, or is this fear the fuel for a squeeze back toward the 4,100? I don't know, honestly. That's why we just let the EA hunt. And speaking of which, that sell at 40.70 just hit the 87 pip target, and the EA locked risk off the table with a break-even, risk-free trade now, which is exactly the kind of discipline we trade by. You're watching the Julia Scalper EA live on XAUUSD Julia.com. And this is the kind of management, clean levels, no stress, let the runners breathe. What do you guys see? Do we hold this range, or do the bears take it back down? Hey, MASTER7JI? Great to hear from you again, old friend. I see you're still bullish. That's awesome. Right now the EA is in a sell setup because the data is showing a ranging, choppy market with an ADX of only 12.6, which means there's no strong trend yet. The neural engine detected a perfect entry level right at that resistance and took the sell, plus with Tokyo and London overlapping, we often see these quick scalps in both directions. But hey, if you're in buys and they're working for you, that's fantastic. Just remember, the EA is fully automated, so it's making decisions based on its own analysis, and this trade is already running well with over 600 pips in profit. Oh, the runner settled right at break-even, but take profit, one is already in the books, so the trade's still in the green, clean and simple. MASTER7JI? Oh, you are back and already calling it, ha! I love this energy. You are our gold bull for the day. Right now, the EA is scanning a ranging market with the CHOP index at 51.8, so we are staying sharp. But you know what? The dollar is a little weak, and gold just bounced beautifully off that 40.63 level. The hourly chart is giving us a buy signal right now, so you might just get your wish today. Keep watching, it could get interesting. Alright, fresh buy just went live at 4074.444. Market's a bit choppy, so smart mode's got the reins tight. Let's see if the bulls can grind through this range and hit that first target. Alright guys, we're sitting on this fresh buy at 4074.85. Price is grinding right around our entry, and honestly, it feels like the market's trying to figure out what to do. We're inside the Asian range. The London Open hasn't really decided direction yet. I'm watching that 40.80 level as a magnet above us, that if we can't clear it cleanly, we might see a sweep down toward the day open at 40.36 before the real move comes. The hourly RSI is bullish at 61, that the daily is still weak at 39, so we've got this tug of war between time frames. I don't know if we break out or fake out here. That's why we wait for the candle to close and the EA to do its job. And speaking of which, you just watched it snag a take profit earlier and lock in solid runners? This exact robot, the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD, Julia.com, is what's running the show right now. What do you all think? Are we getting the squeeze up into the NFP news? Or does gold drift lower first? Oof. -70, right on the stop. That's the system doing exactly what it's supposed to. Small hit, no sweat. On to the next one. MASTER 7JI. Hey you, I was wondering when you'd show up. Ha ha ha, you caught me. Yes, I'm buying right now. Gold just bounced off that support level beautifully. You know what? You called it earlier. You said buyers would win today, and the EA agrees with you. We jumped into a fresh buy at 40.74, and price is holding nicely. Are you already in from the same entry, MASTER 7JI? MASTER 7JI. Ha ha ha, there you are, my buyer friend. I knew you'd be back on the bull side today. Look at gold. It's already up over 40 bucks, and we just bounced off that 40.74 level beautifully. 41.30 is totally in play if the dollar keeps dropping, and this hourly RSI momentum holds. You're making me smile. Love seeing that confidence. MASTER7JI, great question. You're absolutely right, the dollar is down and gold is up today, plus 1.06%, but it's not exploding higher. Here's why. We're sitting in a choppy ranging market right now. The CHOP index is at 51.7 and ADX is only 12.1, meaning there's no strong trend momentum yet. The market is digesting the move, waiting for a catalyst. And look, the big NFP jobs report is coming in about 4 hours. That's going to be the real spark. Once that number hits, gold will snap out of this range, trust me. So don't worry, the setup is cooking, the EA is scanning for the perfect entry right now. This is what I love about gold right now. The daily is screaming sell at me with RSI below 40, yet the hourly is printing a buy, and the EA just scooped up a fresh long a few minutes ago. That divergence tells me we're not trending. We're grinding. And 24 wins out of 34 trades today? The robot is carving this chop up like a surgeon. We reclaimed the weekly open at 40.62 and the day open at 40.33, so bulls have a foundation. But look, the Asian high at 40.79 is still our ceiling, and London hasn't broken through it yet. The DXY is getting hammered too, which is usually a green light for us. I mean, dollar's down again, and gold is only up 0.89%. That's actually a little disappointing, to be honest. I'd expect more oomph with a weak dollar, but this range is what it is. ADX at 11.6, chop index above 50. We're just noise until the 12:30 news hits. 4 data releases at once today. From the States, jobless claims, NFP, unemployment, earnings. That's a minefield. The EA will eat or get eaten there. Let's see how we stack up. Oh, and for everyone asking about the robot on screen, this is the Julia Scalper EA. Everything's at XAUUSD, julia.com. Lifetime license, works on any MetaTrader 4 broker. No promises, just the system you're watching right now. Fresh sell just opened at 40.64.891. Market's looking pretty undecided on this range, so Smart Mode's got its eyes wide open. Let's see if the bears can break through that first target cleanly. Hey, Beefenpfefferkwartje. Oh, you're counting down the minutes with me. I love that energy. Yes, about 3 minutes left before the European session officially joins the party. That's when things usually get spicy, more volume, bigger moves. Let's see if gold respects this current area, or if we get a fresh breakout when London wakes up fully. What do you think? Are you ready for it? MAS, TER, 7JI, my old friend, welcome back. I hear you loud and clear, and I know you're feeling cautious right now. But listen, the EA is seeing a clean short setup here at 4066, weak ADX, ranging market, and we just rejected that pivot level. That stop loss is only 50 pips away, and it's a controlled risk. I trust the system, and you've seen it work all day long, 24 wins today already. Let it do its thing, my friend. Hey, Beefenpfefferkwartje. Great to see you back, my friend. You're buying, huh? Well, the market's definitely got some energy right now, with gold bouncing nicely from that 40.60 zone earlier. I'm watching this sell we have open at 40.65, but that doesn't mean the buy side isn't tempting, especially with the dollar looking weak today at 101.07. Just keep an eye on those upcoming NFP numbers in about 4 hours, because that could shake everything up. What's your target on this buy? Alright, welcome back everyone. Thursday morning European Open just getting started here. Let's look at the macro picture first, because that's dictating everything right now. DXY is getting slapped around, down 0.4% at 101. Yields are holding steady at 4.49%, so the dollar weakness is pure gold fuel. The correlation is textbook right now. Dollar drops, gold pumps. We're sitting at 40.66, up 34 bucks on the day. But here's the thing, look at the daily chart. RSI at 38.9, MACD still below the signal line. The big picture is still bearish, but the intraday noise is keeping us in a tight range. Now the session levels, we opened above the day open at 40.36, reclaimed the Asian range, and we're just hanging inside it now, 40.31 to 40.79. Pre-day high at 41.13 is the magnet above, but the ADX is only 10.7. Choppiness index 56. That's a range, guys. No conviction. The EA is grabbing these little 40 to 80 pip scalps, and honestly, that's the smart play right now. We've got a sell running from 40.65 that's a bit underwater at minus 128, but that's just one trade in a 34 trade day with 24 winners. I mean, you take that all day. Oh, and I see a bunch of you asking about the robot in chat. Good timing, the EA you're watching on screen is the Julia Scalper EA. Everything you need to know is at XAUUSD Lifetime license, works on any MetaTrader 4 broker. That's it. What do you guys think? Do we hold this 40-60 zone and shake out the shorts? Or does the daily trend finally catch up and send us lower? I'm watching the 12:30 news dump like a hawk. Non-farm payrolls and unemployment together, that could break this range wide open. Let's see if price can hold here, or if we get a fake out before the news. All right, minus 61, right on the stop. That's the plan working exactly how it's supposed to. Small, clean, no surprises. Next one's already loading. Minus 64, right on the stop. That's why we have the rule book. Clean little dent, and we move. Next one's loading. Alright, new buy just went live at 4071.119. Smart mode's filtering the noise right now. Let's see if the bulls can cut through this chop and reach that first target. Kezia Josephine, great to hear from you again. Oof, yeah, I saw that one too. Minus 64 pips, right on the stop. Classic liquidity grab in this choppy session. But you know what I love about the EA? It's not emotional, it takes the hit, respects the stop, and moves on. We've had 24 winners and 13 losses today, so one small dent doesn't worry me. That's just the cost of doing business in gold. Morning, everyone. Thursday European session just getting its legs under it. Gold at 40.71. And look, if you step back from the 5-minute noise, the big picture is actually pretty interesting. We're down 9% on the month, 14% over 3 months. But the COT data from last week shows speculators are still net long by a massive margin, over 6 longs for every short. The big boys are betting on recovery here. The Fed's next move is basically locked at hold, which keeps a floor under this thing, and with the dollar getting slapped around this morning, down 0.4%, gold's got a tailwind. Zooming into today, we're inside Asian range still, above weekly open, below yesterday's high. Clean range-bound action, ADX, is barely double digits, choppiness index at 56. Honest to God, it's a waiting game. The EA is sitting in a buy from 40.71, down about 47 pips right now. Nothing dramatic, but we need to see if buyers defend this level or we drift toward London lows. We've got a massive news block at 12:30 GMT, jobless claims, payrolls, unemployment, all at once. That's the kind of event that can break a range. So right now, boring is beautiful. Let the market come to us. What do you guys think? Do we hold this zone or get the rug pulled before the news? plus 64 just locked in, and we're risk-free. Love when the game plan pays off like that. Now let's see if the runner has the legs for more. MASTER7JI, old friend, you're here calling me out again. I love it. You know what? You were absolutely right about that sell. It got caught in the chop, and that stop loss hit clean. But look at where we are now. The EA flipped to a buy, and we are currently sitting in profit, 589 pips up on this open trade. The system adapts, MASTER7JI. It doesn't hold a grudge, it just follows the data. And right now, that buy is running beautifully with our TP targets still ahead. Stick with me and watch this unfold. Alright, 25 wins, 13 losses today, and we're sitting on a $21,000 day. Not too shabby for a Thursday chop fest, right? The EA is stacking those small wins, which is how this game is played. We're in a textbook range, ADX is flat, the market isn't committed to any side, so the bot is just being patient, taking the easy money and getting out. That's the discipline. I'm watching the 40.75 level now on our open buy. We reclaimed the day open, price is hanging in the Asian range, so I like the structure, but that R1 pivot at 43.88 is a world away, so we're just working this inside game. And look, the dollar is getting smoked. That's the real story here. Weak dollar, gold's natural bev is kicking in. The RSI on the daily is oversold at 39, so we might see a bigger move if the news cooperates at noon. But you know what? All that analysis. This exact machine, the Julia Scalper EA, you're watching right now, just grabbed another partial profit a few minutes ago. It's doing the work in real time, no emotion, just execution. My job is just to narrate the ride. What do you guys think? Are we coiling for a breakout higher by New York? Or does the payrolls number mess this all up? MASTER7JI, you've been watching the screen with me all day, and you're right, we are breathing right on top of Take Profit 1 right now. Look at that price action. The buy is running beautifully since we entered at 40.71, and we're pushing toward that first target at 40.82. The overlap between Tokyo and London is giving us exactly the volume we need. Fingers crossed, friend. Let's see if we snatch that one. Morning, guys. Okay, so the Fed's basically locked into a hold here, 69% probability on the next meeting staying put, and that's keeping the dollar under pressure, which gold is obviously loving. DXY is down another 0.4% this morning, and we're sitting at 40.73, up over $41 on the day. Now technically, look at this, the hourly RSI is just under 60, ADX is actually spiking to 41 on the daily, so we're getting a trend push here. But the bigger picture? Daily is still a sell on the technicals, and we haven't reclaimed that 41.65 pivot zone yet. Our open buy from 40.71 is already 138 pips in profit with break-even locked, so that runner is just breathing now, no stress. We've got NFP and jobless claims dropping in about 4 hours, so things could get spicy real quick. What do you guys think? Do we hold this grind higher into the news, or do we see a fake out first? Let me know where you're watching from today. You know what's actually wild? We're sitting at 40.76. Gold is up over 45 bucks today, and the daily RSI is at 39.8. That's not even oversold territory. So this rally we're seeing? It's got room to run, technically speaking. The dollar is getting hammered down 0.5%, and that's the fuel right now. We've got that buy running from 40.71 with the break-even locked in, so we're just letting it breathe into the news at 12:30. Non-farm payrolls, jobless claims, all dropping at once. That's a volatility bomb. I'm not going to pretend I know which way it breaks, but I do know the EA is positioned well for it. And hey, traders in over 40 countries are running this same robot on their own accounts. You can see the setup at XAUUSDjulia.com. What do you guys think? Do we squeeze up into the news, or does the dollar bounce and ruin the party? Wait, look at this divergence on the 15-minute chart. Price is making higher lows, but the RSI is rolling over. That's the kind of thing that gets my attention in a range like this. We're sitting at 40.77, right in the middle of the Asian session range, and the EA just locked in break-even on that buy from 40.71. So we're risk-free now. Worst case, we walk away flat. The dollar is getting hammered, down almost 0.5%, and gold is loving it, up $46 today. But here's the thing, we've got the big NFP release in about 3.5 hours, and that could flip everything. I mean, the market is super quiet right now, almost too quiet. Feels like everyone's waiting for that number. What do you guys think? Do we hold above 40.70 into the news, or does someone try to push it lower first? Alright, let me compare today to yesterday real quick. Yesterday we were getting absolutely clobbered. Gold was down over $100 from the highs. The daily was screaming sell and the fear index was in the gutter. Today, completely different animal. We've reclaimed the week open at 40.62. We're sitting above the day open and the dollar is tanking, down 0.43% on the DXY. That's a massive tailwind for gold. The EA's been working that range beautifully. 25 wins, 13 losses, and we're still running a buy from 40.71 that's up 415 pips right now. That's the kind of session where patience pays off. We didn't force it, we let the market come to us. Now the big one's coming in about 3.5 hours, non-farm payrolls, unemployment, wage data all at once. That's a volatility bomb. The Fed's basically locked in a hold at 69% probability, so if the data comes in soft, gold could take off. I'm not calling direction before it prints. Who knows, right? That's why we wait for the close. But I'll say this. We're holding levels we had no business holding yesterday. That's the story today. By the way, this robot's a one-time lifetime license, no subscription, no recurring fees, free updates forever, and you can check it out at XAUUSDjulia.com if you're curious. Let me know where you're watching from, guys. Alright, scratch that runner, right back where it started. But come on, take profit, one's already ours, so the whole thing's still sitting pretty in the green. You know what I love about days like this? We're sitting at 40.72, gold up over $40, and the Fear and Greed Index is sitting at 30.5 fear territory. Retail is scared, and yet the COT data from last week shows speculators net long 181,000 contracts, a 6-TO-1 long to short ratio. That's the smart money. They're adding size while the crowd is panicking. That's the story of this market right now. And look at the daily RSI at 39.4. Price below all the major moving averages, a negative 9% month. Everyone's screaming gold is dead. But the institutions? They're quietly loading up. That divergence, price going down, COT going up, that's usually the setup for a reversal. Whether it flips today or next week, I don't know. but the positioning tells me we're closer to a floor than a ceiling. Meanwhile, our EA just bagged take profit 2 on that sell at 504, then flipped and hit take profit 2 on a buy at 622, 135 pips. That's 26 wins out of 40 today, over 21 grand. And this is exactly the robot you're watching trade live, the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com. It's reading the same COT, the same sentiment, and executing while we sit here talking. Having trouble with the 80 level above though, London range topping out at 40.79. We're right inside the Asian range, no clear direction yet. I honestly want to see if we can push above 40.82 before the news at 12:30. If we can't, we might just chop until NFP shakes everything up. What do you guys think? Do we break it or fake it? Alright, fresh sell just went live at 40.70.102. Market's really churning in this zone, so smart mode's staying tight on the filter. Let's see if the bears can push through that first target without getting shaken out. Fraquachia. Hey my friend, great to see you back. Right now we're actually in a sell trade, entered at 40.70 and it's running. Gold's been choppy through London, but the EA saw the opportunity and jumped in. So no, we're not buying at this moment, we're shorting the move. Keep watching with me and see how this one plays out. MASTER7JI. My old friend, wonderful to see you again. And yes, you caught me. We are in a fresh sell right now at 40.70.102. The market is getting really choppy, and I know you love to call me out on these. But listen, the EA sees the conditions clearly. It's ranging hard. ADX is weak at 9.8, and the CHOP index is sitting at 50.7. This is exactly the kind of environment where we take our quick take profit 1 and move on. You marked your word last time, and we almost hit take profit 1, remember? We'll see how this one plays out. I love the banter. at that. The dollar just keeps bleeding out, down another 40 bips, and gold is just sitting here, absorbing it. We're at 40.67 right now, smack in the middle of the Asian range. But here's what I find interesting. The RSI on the daily is still at 39, oversold territory, yet we can't get a clean push higher. That tells me there's a magnet above at the Prev Day high, 41.13, but before we get there, we've got this chop to deal with. Might just be a liquidity grab before the NFP dump later. Who knows? The EA's got a sell runner from 40.70, 226 pips deep and climbing, risk-free now. The stop got moved to break even earlier. That's the beauty of this system. It doesn't force anything, just lets the market come to it and locks in when it can. And right as I'm talking, it just hit another take profit live on stream. That's the Julia Scalper EA doing what it does. Over on XAUUSD, julia.com. You're watching it in real time, my friends. What do you guys think? Are we faking the breakout or building for a real run? Drop your 2 cents in the chat. MASTER 7JI, great to see you back. Oh, the non-farm payrolls report, that's the big one today. Look, with the dollar already getting hammered and the market pricing in a rate cut, a weaker than expected number could absolutely be rocket fuel for gold. But if the data comes in hot and surprises to the upside, we could see a sharp dollar bounce and gold shake like crazy. Either way, it's fireworks. The neural engine on the EA is already running with that filter on, so whatever happens, the system is ready to pivot. I'm holding tight right here with this sell at 40.70, and I'm excited to see how we react to that 12.30 print. Plus 54 just landed, and now we're locked in at break even. That's the kind of safety we love to see. Let the runner ride for extra. Okay, break even just triggered. That's textbook. Now we're just watching the runner with zero stress. Alright, let's talk about what we're seeing here. We're hovering around 40.66, and if you look at the price action, it's super indecisive. The daily RSI is sitting at 39, which is getting into that oversold zone, but on the hourly we're kind of neutral. The signals are all over the place. The 5-minute says sell, the 1 hour says buy, and the daily is still telling us to sell. That's a recipe for chop. And sure enough, the ADX is sitting at 14.8 on the shorter time frame. That's a weak trend. We're stuck in no man's land right here. But here's the thing. The backdrop is actually pretty bullish. The dollar is getting absolutely smoked today, down another 38 bips, and that usually pulls gold up. Yields are stable, fear is low, but the key is what happens at the New York Open. We fought high-impact news in about 3 hours, jobless claims, payrolls, all that stuff. Markets hate uncertainty, so watch for a fake out before the real move. Our sell from 40.70 is running nicely at break-even now, and we just locked in a take profit on the last one. That's the kind of discipline you need in a range like this. You don't force it, you let the robot do the work. And that's exactly what the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com is doing right now for us on stream. It's a beautiful setup when you see it play out. I could be wrong here, honestly. We could rip higher once the news drops, and that's fine. That's why we trail stops. But for now, I love where we're parked. What do you guys see? And the rudder just slipped back to break even. No sweat. Take profit once already secured, so the whole thing is still in the green. Textbook management. Wow, okay, so the Fed is basically locked in for a cut next meeting, right? The probabilities are sitting around 69% for 3.5 to 3.75%. And when you pair that with a dollar that's getting absolutely hammered, down 0.39% on the day, gold is just floating on that tailwind. We're sitting at 40.69, which is smack in the middle of the Asian range, but what catches my eye is we're above the week open at 40.62. That's a nice little anchor for the bulls. Technically, it's a mixed bag, to be honest. The daily is screaming sell, RSI at 39, but the hourly is buy with the 57.8 reading, so we're seeing this tug of war. Price is mid-range in the Bollingers, and the ADX on the daily is pushing 42, strong trend, but it's not picking a side yet. What I really want to see is if we can reclaim the 40.79 London high. That's the short-term magnet. We just tested it and got rejected, but look at how calmly price held the 40.60 area. Someone is absorbing those sell orders. The EA's been busy today. We hit a clean TP earlier, locked in the profit, and now we're sitting on our hands. No open trades, which honestly feels right. We've got big news at 12:30 GMT, non-farm payrolls, unemployment, the whole package, so it makes sense to let that volatility come to us. That discipline is literally why the Julia Scalper EA on XAUUSD Julia.com is what you're watching right now. It waits for the right conditions, not just any conditions. And yeah, I could be wrong about holding here. Maybe we drift back toward the day open at 40.36, but the dollar's weakness is hard to ignore. Piet, good to see you again, my friend. Great timing. We're in the London session right now. Gold just bounced off 40.60, and the EA is actively scanning. No trade open at this second, but with the NFP data coming in just